We're in the record. Good morning. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board for the District of Columbia, and in accordance with DC Code Section 2571HC of the Open Meetings Act, OMA, I'm welcoming you to the regular scheduled meeting of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board. This meeting has been conducted pursuant to guidance made available by the District of Columbia's Office of Open Government regarding electronic meetings held by public bodies. Electronic meetings by the ABC Board are authorized pursuant to Section 2577A of the DC Code. Pursuant to the OMA requirements, notice of today's meeting was provided 48 hours in advance of the meeting on ABCA's website and on the District Central meeting calendar. The notice includes the time, date, agenda, and call-in or login information for public participation. This electronic meeting has been hosted by a WebEx account provided by the District of Columbia government. Please address any questions or complaints to the OOG at opengovoffice@dc.gov. My name is Donovan Anderson. I'm chairperson of the board. I would like to introduce the other members of the ABC board who are also participating electronically. Please respond when I announce your names. Mr. James Short.
Mr. James Short, present.
Mr. Silas Grant.
Mr. Silas Grant, present.
The board has 3 members in attendance for the conduct of business today, and that constitutes a quorum. Before we get underway with today's hearing calendar, I need to make a few instructions very clear so that the conduct of these hearings is understood by everyone. There are 2 cases scheduled for this morning's calendar. Once your case is called, I will take a moment for our IT specialists to elevate the rights for each party to enable their camera and microphone. Then and only then will you have the ability to enable your equipment. If your case has not been heard, you will remain mute and your camera will be disabled. At the conclusion of each case, the parties will have the option to leave. If the party chooses to stay, all cameras and microphones for the concluded case will be disabled. Should you have any questions or require technical assistance during the hearing, please submit them using the question and answer feature. The first case that we have this morning is cease and desist hearing. This is case number 24 ULC-00032, Yerba Buena, and this is a request for hearing pursuant to board order number 2024-677. Good morning, Mr. Oriana. Can you please elevate the rights of the parties in this case?
Morning, Chairman. Cameron Mixon, your access has been elevated. Supervisory Investigator Jason Peru, your access has been elevated. And Juan Wendrad Adane, your access has been elevated. That is all, Chairman.
Good morning. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. My camera is on. I don't know why we can't see me.
Maybe you're not standing in front of the camera, Mr. Peru. I can see your background. So if I can see your background, then I should be able to see you if you're in front of the camera.
I agree, sir. I agree.
Well, why don't you log off and then log back?
Okay. All right. I'll be back.
All right. Thank you.
Sorry, I think it's logging me in and out.
I can see you, sir. So just hold tight, please.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chair, if we may, there's another
Yes.
principal of the business. Nesrin Fraga also is on the call. She can be elevated.
What's the name?
Nesrin Fraga.
Okay. She can. Is it a male or female? I'm sorry, Mr. Mason.
No.
She needs to unmute herself and come on camera. Okay, thanks. So I'm still waiting for Mr. Peru. Then we'll start. Do we know what's going on with Mr. Peru?
Just waiting for him to log back on.
Thank you. I mean, I can't wait. I mean,
Almost back on.
okay.
Working with him.
Thank you. All right. You need to now change your background, Mr. Peru. At least I know you're in the office. So if you're able to change your background, all right. Mr. Mixer, could the folks Everyone come back on camera, please. Mr. Adain. What happened to your client, Mr. Mixon?
I will check on him. I thought he was also on camera. Let's see. Mr. Chair, if it's all right, I believe we can proceed. I believe Mr. Dayton can hear us, and I don't expect today's hearing to be all too long.
All right. Well, let me have a party introduce himself for the record. Starting with you, Mr. Mixon. Can you please spell and state your name for the record?
Yes, Cameron Mixon with the Veritas Law Firm. That's CAMERONMIXON, and counsel to Hookah Union LLC.
And who's your client, sir?
The business being discussed here today, Wendra Adain and Nazreen Abaza.
All right, so let me, since Miss Abaza, can you please spell and state your name and add for the record, please, ma'am? You need to unmute yourself, ma'am.
Nesrin, Nesrin. Last name is ABACA, Abaza.
And what's your relationship to the establishment, ma'am?
I'm a owner.
Mr. Adain, can you please spell and state your name for the record and your relationship to the establishment?
Wendrad Adan, Wendrad. First name and last name is Eden, Adane, and owner.
All right, thank you. All right, Mr. Mixon, on September 25th, the board issued a cease and desist warning in this case number 24 ULC 00032, because the allegation was that the establishment was after being given a warning, continued to sell cannabis products with the allegation without a license. And so you have requested this hearing, sir. And so can you let us know why did you request this hearing, and what is it that you're seeking from the board today?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Our intention here is to not have a factual dispute about the record established in Mr. Peru's report, the finding of facts, in the order to cease and desist. Rather, we wanted to come here today to represent to the board that the cease and desist order is no longer needed there at this time. My clients are prepared to attest to this, that any unlicensed activity of sale, exchange, delivery of cannabis that may have supported the issuance of the underlying order is no longer in effect, is no longer taking place, that the establishment is clear of any unlicensed controlled substances, and to note to the board that there's an application that has been received by the agency, submitted July 5th, 2024, and it remains my client's intention as an applicant to proceed forward with receiving a medical cannabis retailer license to operate consistent with Title VII at such time that the board continues to process applications that were submitted in the July and August open application period. It's my understanding that as of this time, only 33 of the retailer applications that were submitted over the course of the summer period were allowed to move forward to acceptance. And we wanted to express to the board that is the intention of subject business to become a licensee at such time that the application is allowed to be processed.
No, just some clarification. So you're saying that they applied July 5th, 2024. Have they been issued any type of license, or where is the application to the best of your representation?
Understand that the application is not my client, nor my office was not involved in the submission of this application, but that the agent who assisted them in the application back in July, they've received no representations that the application has proceeded to acceptance. They just really have been completely unsure. And there was a lot of confusion around the process in that there's been just lack of correspondence about its status and when it would be able to move forward, whether it was even sufficiently complete to the agency's expectation, no discussion of placarding. It's just kind of been in this pause, and as such, they were operating in a limbo where they were unsure of where it was going to go or what the responsibilities with respect to being an applicant were.
I guess let me ask Mr. Peru. I just want to ask you just one question, sir. Just state your name for the record. State your name for the record and your relationship with this case, sir.
Yes, Supervisory Investigator Jason Peru, JASON PERU, and I am the author of the report and the investigation.
The only question I want to ask you at this juncture, because is that, do you know whether or not this applicant had applied for a license, and do you know what, if any, where is this application?
I do not. I know that applications. What I can say is that I know that applications submitted July 5th have not yet been processed. July 1 was the opening application period. We had it out there, like Mr. Nixon said, that there were 33 applications to be accepted. Not sure if that's going to be expanded or not. However, applications applied July 5th have not yet been processed by licensing to my knowledge. Therefore, I do not have knowledge of that application.
Okay, thank you for that representation. So, Mr. Mixon, so the allegation in the cease and desist order issued on the September 25th was that on August, I think, let me see, on August.
August 9th, I believe.
Yeah, on August. I guess the first date was August 9th that I'm looking at the order. Okay. That August 9th, there was an inspection and there was an allegation that the cannabis was being sold, and a warning was issued. Is that correct? Is your client confirming? So you basically state that your client has confirmed factually everything that's in the cease and desist notice. Is that correct?
We don't dispute that.
So at what point is it that you're? I guess is your client aware that they cannot sell gift cannabis without having a license, a medical dispensary license?
They are on notice of that.
I guess the reason why you said there was some confusion. So, what's the confusion on the part of your client? What are they confused about?
Well, I hope this doesn't come as a surprise, but I believe that we're in a kind of awkward transition period in which prospective licensees are not sure of the timeline and of the responsibilities with respect to transitioning to licensed operations, and that there has been a 3-month period in which an application has not been processed. It can understandably arise that applicants are insufficiently aware of what they're allowed to do in the interim, and how their business is expected to change by law.
But all right, Mr. The allegation is that they applied for a license on July 5th, 2024, and Mr. Peru went to the establishment on August 9th, 2024, saw that cannabis was being sold, and issue a warning. So if you receive a letter on August, you receive a notice, a visit from the agency on August 9th, 2024, to state that I'm giving you a warning that you are illegally selling cannabis. I mean, what does that warning mean? Is it what other confusion is it that your client has if someone came to you on August 9th, issue a warning to say that you cannot possess cannabis in a commercial space without a license, and then the agency went back again on September 17th, which is over a month later, and the same activity is occurring. I mean, where is the confusion?
It's my understanding that a number of unlicensed operators who have not made it to the application approval stage or issuance are not sufficiently aware as of yet that that the prohibition on unlicensed commercial activity extends to what was previously believed to be legally sufficient gifting under the Initiative 71 standard. The message has been received, and I believe more and more are coming into notice as Hookah Union LLC is, and that we're fully prepared to say today that unlicensed activity is not taking place, and that as such, there's no need for a cease and desist order. No, the activity is ongoing that would need to be ceased or require ABCA enforcement.
So what is it that what has been requested today of the agency? So we issued a cease and desist. What is it that's been requested today from the agency?
That cease and desist be lifted, and that I understand that this is not a board function to order at the conclusion of one of these hearings, but to communicate to the board the urgency by which applications are needed to go forward for previously unlicensed operators to become able to operate in compliance with the law.
So the representation that's been made, it's that as today's October 16th, and our Mr. Peru was at the establishment on September 17th, which was a month ago, and he's still an undercover agent bought product, $33 worth of product. So at what point, when is it that the activity that's in this board order ceased?
I'm not aware of further activity beyond any point referenced in Mr. Peru's report. It was that day immediately upon the observation of Mr. Peru's observations.
All right. The board has concerns about illegal activity resuming. And if the agency was to come back to this establishment and see that the activities continue, I mean, that will not be looked upon favorably.
That's understood by the applicant, and in fact, they're not currently operating as of today.
And I also want to emphasize that the cease and desist is only notice that the board will file a case in the Superior Court. If it continues, or first, as you are aware, padlock the facility if it's determined that our order is being violated, in the sense that whether or not you are doing delivery, whether or not you, although the business itself is not operational, are they doing curbside delivery, in a sense that can we go on your website and order products and they be delivered? This is something that the board will also take in consideration. So I know that you're saying that the business is no longer in operation. However, is the business is in operation online, and so are customers able to go online and order products, put products in their cart and check out, and it's delivered. These are all things that are important to the board that we will take this in consideration if that's a factor.
That's understood. The applicant offers no delivery, and in fact, being an unlicensed operator is not the primary business model of the establishment. It is otherwise a cafe. The intention is to resume operations again in a way that is not inconsistent with medical cannabis law during the interim between now and the time that a license is issued. It's an in-person business for the sale of coffee.
And our cease and desist does not impact whatever legitimate business operates on the grounds. I mean, the cease and desist order basically states that without a license, you cannot, it's a commercial space, you cannot sell medical cannabis in any form. You cannot sell hemp, because the arguments made by certain individuals is that federal law legalizes hemp. However, states were required to change its laws if they want to legalize hemp.
Yes.
And the District of Columbia has not changed its law. So hemp, it's considered cannabis, and it is an illegal product within the District of Columbia without a license. But just want to let you know, as far as hemp is concerned, so the argument cannot be we're only selling hemp. I'm not saying that this establishment is doing that, but I'm just saying that just to put them on notice that under DC law, hemp is considered cannabis, and that's illegal to sell or serve in a commercial space. And possessing more than, I think, 2 ounces it's possessing more than 2 ounces is illegal. Yes, Mr. Peru, you have a question you want to comment or question? Yes, sir.
Yeah, I just wanted to add 2 things. I did confirm with licensing that the application was submitted July 5th, and like I stated, it has not been processed yet, being that when it was actually submitted. And secondly, I wanted to speak on, if I could, the online sales of the business.
What representation you want to make about online sales, sir?
Well, just confirming based on what you stated, I did in preparation for this hearing review the website last night, and the website was still active with product, cannabis flower, cannabis edibles. I was able to get as far as putting stuff in my cart and going to checkout. So, just for clarification to the licensee or the unlicensed operator and counsel, that as part of investigations and further process, a cease and desist order, as the chairman has stated, that if anything is the way the law is written, the next phase would be potential padlocking of the business and seizing of products if they're found to be operation past the cease and desist, right? So I just wanted to add that for clarification, since we're discussing the intentions of this unlicensed operator. That's all, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Peru. And also, we have, as part of the process, the landlord is also notified. And as part of our process, the landlord can also be fined $10,000 for allowing the continued operation of an illegal business and their property without a license. So, and it's not just a matter of padlocking; it's also that the landlord can be fined $10,000 for its continued. Yeah. All right. So, any questions by any questions by any board members? Yes, Mr. Short.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Investigator Peru, again, can you repeat, when did you go online and what date and time did you go online? And was this unlicensed business, which is received a cease and desist, still operating?
Yes, sir. I reviewed the website last night in preparation for my hearing today.
Were they still operating?
Correct. The appearance that I could go as far as putting items in my cart and going to checkout to purchase. And they listed the address, the current address, as the pickup location.
Okay, my last question would be, did Board Order 2024-677 and the cease and desist order that was issued prohibit these persons from doing that?
Correct. All activities of unlicensed operation.
So for the record, they are still illegally operating regardless of the cease and desist order that was issued by ABCA.
As of last night, it would appear to be so, that they're online still. Yes.
Thank you very much. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Short. Any other question by any of the board members? Yes, Mr. Grant.
Good morning, Investigator Peru. Thank you again for the report. Got two topics, or two questions that I wanted to ask.
Hold on a minute, Mr. Grant, because I didn't ask for, because we don't have anything on the record. So if you're asking substantive questions, I probably need to swear Mr. Peru in, because we have not done. We just had representations by Mr. Mixon, but let me swear Mr. Peru in. Mr. Peru, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, thank you. All right, go ahead, Mr. Grant.
Thank you for that, Mr. Chair. Again, Mr. Peru, good morning. I've got two questions that cover two areas for my own clarity that I want to be able to figure out if you could provide some clarity for on my behalf. So earlier in this discussion, Mr. Mixon talked a bit about confusion from the applicants in terms of the turnaround time on the submissions and getting status updates. As an agency, are there any standard operating procedures in place or requirements in terms of returning emails or phone calls when an applicant calls about a status update?
Oh, absolutely. I think the agency is very responsive via emails. There's multiple ways you can submit through the licensing portal, the licensing inbox, email inbox, and then determine the status of an application and request the status of an application.
But on that request for a status update, is there a requirement internally for you all to respond within a certain period of time?
I think a reasonable amount of time is what's expected. There's not an exact specific time to respond back to an email. No.
Okay. All right. On to a different topic. Just now you mentioned that in preparation for this hearing, you went to the website and you could still add items to the cart. And this is not the first time that I've heard you mention this process in preparation for hearings. Is there anything that the agency could do further to explain to folks in this situation what they should cease doing in terms of their digital presence online? Is there any additional communication? Because we keep hearing you say that you're going in and ordering products, or at least getting to that process where you could order products. Still operating in that. Is there any more clarity we can provide?
I think that's a good question, Mr. Grant. I think maybe additional languages in the cease and desist order that specifically address online sales. I don't recall seeing that specifically. That may add some clarity to these locations. But then again, I think Mr. Nixon represented of the confusion with what the allowances are currently in general to the unlicensed sell, give, carry away businesses of cannabis in the district. That has we've been tasked a big task to re-educate and enforce new laws that have prior to this did not exist. And I think that's where I've heard this before. That's why I have a direct knowledge, and that's why I do in fact circle back with online presence to see if, just because the storefront has stopped allowing customers to come in if they've gone to another method, right? So.
Just one quick follow-up question. In preparation for the hearings, you've gone as far as putting the products into the cart. Have you ever actually been able to make a transaction with a purchase?
Not from this website. I have not. Other websites, yes, because
Okay.
they don't require paying online most of the time. You have a cash option, right? So you can pick up in person. But yes, I have gone as far as in other investigations to do that.
Okay.
Can I say something?
No, no, ma'am. You have Mr. Nixon is your lawyer.
Okay.
He's here to protect you. Maybe you can give him a call and talk to him, and then if he tells you that you can say something, then you're allowed to say something. But please speak to your attorney first, ma'am. Okay? For your own protection. Okay?
And I have no further questions. Thank you, Mr. Peru.
Okay. Yes, Mr. Short.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, Investigator Peru, would you please, do you have in front of you the order from the board, 677? Can you pull that
Give
up?
me 1 second. Yeah, I did have it up until my reboot happened. Give me a second. Yes, sir. I have it up now.
Okay. Can you read for the record, especially in light of the questions that were just asked by the board? Just read the order itself. What is the board order read? The very last paragraph in the order. Can you read that for us for the record?
Sure. Very last paragraph.
The order itself.
Are you referring to number 13, sir?
Okay, on my
Number 14.
well, yeah, number 14 is the last
Number 14.
paragraph, but
Okay.
then the order itself under 14,
Okay, I see that.
the order
Yes,
itself,
sir.
yes.
Yes, sir. It says here, therefore, the board on this 25th day of September 2024 hereby orders Hookah Union LLC, trading as Herba Buena, Wendred Adani, and Mr. 1807 14th Street Retail LLC and their agents to immediately cease and desist is bolded the illegal purchase, sale, exchange, delivery, or any other form of commercial transactions involving cannabis or allowing or permitting such activity to occur. The parties are also advised that information obtained as part of ABCA's investigation or hearings related to the proceedings may be shared with other law enforcement agencies or used in future administrative, civil, and criminal proceedings. The ABCA, the ABCA shall deliver a copy of this order to the parties by hand delivery or certified mail in accordance with DC Official Code 71671.12 AA.
Okay. In light of your reading that and in light of the order being issued, is there any question about whether or not someone can still sell, serve, or deliver through the online services after this is issued to any business that's found to be illegal?
I believe that the order is clear. I understand it to read that, sir. It says other form of commercial transactions. So, that tells me that that includes online retail as well. But any form is what that tells me. That's my interpretation, sir.
Well, it reads very plainly, and I would hope that the attorney in this case or anyone else could explain to their clients what the order actually means, and that they could not still be, as of last night, online in business doing cannabis business in the District of Columbia. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. That's all I have at this time.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Mr. Mixon.
may I ask my client a few questions for the record?
Miss Basil,
Yes.
Basil, can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
Ms. Vaza, what can you tell us about the payment? The website page Mr. Peru was just discussing. Was that did that allow for transactions?
My understanding that that was supposed to be seized immediately, and I believe there is no way that you can pay, and we were not operating. Unfortunately, the misunderstanding was with our party that handles the website. It was supposed to be removed and it wasn't removed. They blocked the portal of payment. So as of now, it was removed, which I just sent a message, please, why isn't that removed? And they have removed it. That has been completely shut down.
Thank you. And for the members of the board, without the business being operating in the retail location which ceased after Mr. Peru's last visit, there was no way for actual transactions to take place. And I hope it's the board's, not the board's position that having a website that just features licensed substances as visual representations is not the same thing as commercial activity.
All right. Any other representation you want to make, Mr. Mixon, before I bring this matter to closure?
No, I believe that essentially covers all the ground that we have here today. My client has would admit to having made some mistakes. It immediately worked to rectify, and just asks that the agency recognize this and the series of other situations like it that where Enforcement actions are becoming necessary, unfortunately, because there is not a sufficient processing of applications to meet demand for licensed activity.
Thank you for your representation, Mr. Peru. I'm sorry, Mr. Mixon. This has been we've been in this process a good number of years, time now in the sense that anyway, all right. Let me not say anything. Anyway, the board. Well, I'll bring this matter to closure, and so let me bring this case to a closure. All right, hold on, please. As chairperson of the Alcohol Beverage and Cannabis Board for the District of Columbia, in accordance with DC Official Code Section 2575 of the Open Meetings Act, I move that ABC Board hold a closed meeting for the purpose of seeking legal advice from our counsel on case number 24 ULC 00032 Yerba Buena for the reasons cited in DC Official Code Section 2575B4A of the Open Meetings Act, and deliberating upon case number 24 ULC 00032 Yerba Buena for the reasons cited in DC Official Code Section 2575B13 of the Open Meetings Act. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, a second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The motion has passed 3-0. The ABC Board will now recess this proceedings to hold a closed meeting pursuant to Section 2575 of the Open Meetings Act. The board will look at the law and in light of the representation made today, and we'll make a determination whether or not sufficient information was provided today to lift the cease and desist order. Okay? All right. Thank you very much for your presentation. Have a great day. All right.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Board.
All right. All right. Our next hearing was supposed to start at 11 o'clock, so I'm not sure if the parties are actually available to.
Yes, they're available.
They're available? All right. So our next case is a fact-finding hearing, which is Uptown LLC. License number 129646. So, Mr. Oriana, can you please elevate the rights of the parties in the next case?
Sure. Tatiana Oskov, your access has been elevated. That is all, Chairman.
Thank you.
Hello.
Can you turn your camera on, ma'am, if you are able to do so? Okay, yes. Good morning. Can you spell and state your name for the record?
Yes, it's Tatiana, Tatiana, and the last name is Pastukova, Pastukova.
All right. Good morning, ma'am.
Hi, good morning.
All right. You applied for a multi-purpose license for this establishment. I think we're all aware that the Uptown Theater was a movie theater, and it ceased to operate.
Correct.
And so I think it was vacant it is vacant. And so now you are reapplying for a CX license for this location. So can you tell us what is the business model? Just tell us who you are and what is it that you are applying for? And moving forward, what is it that we plan to see at the Uptown Theater?
Absolutely. My husband and my partner and I, we are the founders of Arctic House, which is an innovative art space in the district. We opened it in 2015. and we've been running it in the southwest of DC area. We have great love for the DC, and we work really hard to elevate DC art scene. So when this opportunity came around for the Uptown Theater, we have wonderful memories going back, and we couldn't see the space turn into another, CVS or another type of use. So we wanted to bring it back to its glory of being an arts use. So we've negotiated a lease and decided to get an opportunity to seek that. Actually, there was an article published in the Washington Post recently that talks about this briefly. But our goal is to bring it back to its glory as a cinematic space. And we have applied for a liquor license because we'd like for the a beverage program to be a part of that. We currently have a bar, a first experiential bar in our space in Southwest, and we've seen a great offering for that for the guests, and it has a CX multi-purpose license. And so we were seeking a similar one for this space as well, where we can offer concessions and beverages to the visitors on par what you would experience when you go to a theater or some cinemas like Draft House, where you can get a drink as you go in for your experience. And yeah.
So tell me, you said you have you have something similar in DC. Tell me about that.
I
Tell
wouldn't
me
say
about
it's
this.
similar. I'm just giving you kind of a background of where we come from, is that we are, art supporters. But the DC space, it's an exhibition space. It's a gallery that showcases different exhibitions by artists who work at the intersection of arts and technology. This one is going to be focused on cinematic experiences, but reimagining the glory of a cinema through latest technology.
So explain that to me. I'm a layperson. Tell me if I come, Art, if I come to the Uptown Theater, I know prior, I go to the Uptown Theater, a big movie is opening up, and I want to see that movie experience because it has this wonderful big screen. So that's what when I go to the Uptown Theater, I've been to the Uptown Theater
Absolutely.
when it was operating as a movie theater. So I'm saying that I've been there. It's no longer. So you tell me if I was to come to the if I was to come to the Uptown Theater, what am I going to tell me? What's going to be in there?
You're going to see one of the, I guess you're going to see a really big screen that can bring to life not just movies, but other cinematic experiences, whether they're from artists or whether they're from, filmmakers, or maybe, to rewatch one of your favorite movies that you had an opportunity to see in Uptown previously, but in a very, new upgraded format. There will be seating there, but it's going to be a more intimate experience, but on that type of like large Uptown screen level.
Any questions by the board members?
So the screen is going to be 3 times bigger than what it used to be, but it's going to be a very similar setup.
Explain that to me. Explain or how can I explain how explain that to me, please.
Well, the goal is to really put you into the experience so that, currently most of these things are able to be done with the VR headsets. We're talking about taking that off and having a real life experience that you're able to share with folks next to you, and making it more submerging than just a kind of a one type of flat screen. There are a lot of things in the works, and things that I can talk to and discuss, but I think this is kind of, I don't know if this addresses or not
I want you to tell us as much information as possible. I mean, you're asking for the type of license you're asking for. Okay, so it's a multi-purpose facility under 25 113G1, you need to satisfy to the board that one, you're a legitimate theater, university, museum, conference center, art gallery, or other facility for the performance of sports, cultural, or tourism related to activities, or two, well, you're not an indoor park, building, or facility that primarily serve the recreational. So number one is that you need to in order to qualify for the board to say to the agency, we believe that you are a legitimate theater or art gallery. So you need to convince us that you have met what the statute, what 25113G1 states, and then if we're satisfied, then we'll say to the agency, they can go ahead and process the application. So that's basically where you are. So this is your opportunity to let us know that you are a legitimate theater or an art gallery, for us to say, we believe you, and the agency should move forward and process the application.
So there's going to be a theatrical type of seating happening, and you will be seeing cinematic experiences that are visual, that are both visual and audio. There will be elements sometimes of potential, so like everything. It's art focused in a sense that there are. I'm sorry. I have a small 4-month-old baby. Just give me 1 minute.
That's fine.
Sorry. So going back to it, it will be, as I mentioned, so it will be a single screen with a seating more intimate than what the Uptown Theater used to be. It will feature cinematic experiences, including films, as well as arts-focused type of installations that are to be experienced with kind of a viewing in mind. So everything is very much digitally driven. If we're talking about our current concept, which is Arctic House, which is created as a walk around type of museum gallery space, this is more of with an actual sitting and visual experience, less so participatory.
Okay. All right. Any questions by the board members? Go ahead, Mr. Grant.
Good morning. Thank you for coming before us and providing us with the information that you've done, that you provided with us thus far. Our chair talked a bit about you validating yourself in this space of arts and creativity. Are there any awards that you can speak to that you or your team have won? Are there any experiences that you all have created outside of DC? Just anything that can further validate your
Absolutely.
presence in this space.
Yes, absolutely. Last year we were awarded a mayor's award as one of the leading art spaces. So we were honored at the 30th Annual Mayor's Arts Awards. As far as our presence, our shows are award winning. We just got a Webby's Award for a few of our shows. We have locations across other cities. We've been present in the markets of New York City for 5 years. We're celebrating 5 years there. We just opened a space in Houston, Texas this summer. We've also had presence in Miami for over 5 years. We are a internationally recognized company, and our studio's work has been award winning. For us, this is a passion work that we do, and Uptown Project is a passion project that we want to bring back to its glory, as I mentioned earlier. Would you like me to elaborate on any of these, Mr. Grant?
No, I just want to get on the record some of the recognition you all have received. Obviously, something like this, we want it to be successful for the city and for the viewers that are watching this hearing, and for those of us who have to weigh in on it.
Yeah.
It's important that you lay out as much as you can in terms of your reputation and your work thus far. So thank you for that.
Absolutely. Arctic House, our first project that we founded, has been at the forefront and pioneering the arts and technology medium. We've actually been the first platform for artists who work at the intersection of arts and technology since opening our first location in DC in 2017. Since then, the world has taken a look at this medium and has embraced it, and we're very thankful. We've lighted many creatives and artists, giving them a platform who've now made a big names for themselves and have gotten recognition in large museums like MoMA. We're very proud of that. So this is an exciting next opportunity for us, and we're thrilled to make it happen again in DC, in a city that is very much beloved by us.
Any other questions, Mr. Grant?
No other questions from me.
All right, thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Short.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And still, good morning,
Good morning.
Ms. Pastor. I'm not going to even try to pronounce your name, but good morning to you. It sounds like a great concept. Currently now, and I'm very familiar with the theater also. I've been there on many occasions and saw some wonderful programs there, movies. So do you have any drawings or anything that the board or the agency could look at that would show how the space now that is once a theater is now going to be transformed into an area that could be considered a CX?
Yes, we are working on our plans with the hopes to submit them for a building permit comes December. We can see if we can make those available to your board. I don't know if we make them available. I guess my question is, are they becoming part of the public information, or are they held by the ABC board in confidence? How does that work?
Normally, once you submit them to this agency, and the chairman can correct me but what would happen is once your application is taken, the public would be notified by a placket on the front of the theater.
Mhm.
So yes, all those records would be a part of the public record. It would be nothing that you would want to hide, I'm assured.
I think she's talking about, I mean, if you're,
The drawings would be a part. If she puts the application in, Mr. Chairman, and you correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Chairman, but then she would have to be placarded for the application. And once she's placarded, those drawings and renderings would have to be a part of the public record. Is that correct?
well, I think that the placarded period is just that we're sending a placard to advise if the board determines that this is an appropriate facility for a CX license, then the agency would process the application, and the agency would placard it just to let the community know that this establishment has applied for a license. But that information would not be provided as part of the placarding period. I cannot answer the question currently to say that if you were to provide your drawings to us, if it's confidential to the board, I'm not able to answer that question currently. I guess the bottom line is that if you provide the information to, what agency would you provide the information to?
You mean for the building permit? I think it
Yes.
goes to the DOB.
Is that public information once it's provided?
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, we're not we're doing renovations. We're not changing inside as much. I would say, our goal is to preserve it as much as possible. So if that is the question, but we are, I will speak to the team and see what we can provide.
Okay.
I think that would be a great idea, because it would give the agency a better idea of your application as a CX, or I don't think it's going to be a problem with you having an alcohol license itself, but there are different categories, as you probably know. I guess the renderings or drawings once issued to the Department of Buildings or to ABCA would give us a better idea of what we can or cannot do in assisting you in getting the appropriate license for the
Right.
Uptown Theater.
Well, the
And so,
reason we're applying for a CX is because our use is focused on the arts, and that's the license that we were previously recommended to apply, and that's the license that we're seeking here. And the beverage program that we're trying to add is it's an auxiliary, revenue that we see as a great add-on experience that allows us to operate, during the extended hours that we're able to run. And it's always great when you go and see an art piece, or you're going to see a film, to have a drink as you do in any other theater establishment to accompany that, and that's what we're seeking here.
okay, well, I think that's a great concept, and I think, as far as I know as a board member, I've been to different states, at least 9 or 10 of them, that have theaters that do serve alcoholic drinks. So I don't think there would be a problem with that. But the only thing I was asking is that those drawings or renderings would give the board members a better idea of, and the agency a better idea of the concept that you're going to do it. Because if you could sell it as just being a theater, and that's all they're going to be doing. Again, until we get further information, I'm just one board member, and I probably won't be around when the applications come through. But just wanted to ask those questions, and wish the very best. That Avenue will definitely be in favor of anything that happens, because the Uptown Theater is just a part of Washington, D.C.'s heartbeat. And that community probably wants it open worse than you do or anyone else does. But at any rate, wish you the very best of luck. And it was nice talking to you this morning, and wish you the best in your furtherance of your business. That's all
Thanks,
I have, Mr.
Mr.
Chair.
Short. I
Okay.
really appreciate your well wishes. And
Yeah, I mean, the purpose of this hearing is not whether or not you qualify for a license. That's not the purpose of this hearing. The purpose of the hearing is whether or not we believe you qualify for this particular type of license,
yeah,
or if you do not fulfill the qualifications for this particular type of license, then the agency will say to you, you do not qualify for a CX license. Maybe you need to apply for a CT or a CR or whatever it is that we believe. So so this is not whether or not you apply for a license. This is not the purpose of the hearing. Is not whether or not you qualify for a license. Is whether or not, based on your business model, do you qualify for the particular type of license that you requested. So I just want to put that clear, that it's not you can qualify for a license. Okay, you can qualify for a license. Is whether or not, based on your presentation today, you qualify for the particular type of license that you are
absolutely.
requesting. Because this particular type of license, as I read the qualifications, it is only issued to particular type of institutions, and so therefore you have to be you have to meet the specific guidelines to get this particular type of license. If the board determines that you don't meet the guidelines for this particular type of license, then the agency will say to you that you need to apply for a different type of license. That's all.
I absolutely understand, and I appreciate you clarifying that. I do believe that we meet, because I think at the very least, we are a facility for cultural activities. That is, the focus of that. Can you say that it's a hybrid of an art gallery and a theater and the cinema? Absolutely. So I think that out of many facilities out there, this one will be a great example of what this CX license should be applied for, and how it should be used.
Okay. All right. Any other questions? Sorry, any further representation you want to make prior to bringing this hearing to a closure, or before your child decides that I need more of your attention?
No, I think I appreciate your time. Thank you for speaking to me and for holding this fact hearing. Look forward to seeing this project progress and hopefully hosting you all there soon back at the Uptown.
Thank you for your presentation this morning. The board will take this matter under advisement, and as I stated before, the decision that the board will make is if the board determines that we believe that your presentation complies with the statute for this particular type of license, then the board will instruct the licensing division to process your license as a CX, and that process once it's once it's once the agency is instructed to process your license, and then it will be placarded. So in a sense that we will now let the community know that you apply for a CX license, and the community would then have its input. So one of the things that I'll say to you at this juncture, you'll probably need to reach out to the ANC to tell them to let the ANC know what it is that you are applying for, that you have applied to ABCA for a license, for a liquor license, and so I would advise you to say you don't have to tell them what type of license that you're applying because you're not sure currently.
Yeah.
But you can let the community know. You can contact the ANC or the civic association to let them know that you've applied for a liquor license and do for engagement. So therefore, once the placard is on the building, then they already know.
No,
And
absolutely.
So,
yeah.
they
The
already know.
Popul has already published that we have applied, so they already know.
Okay, and so you can have communications with them
Absolutely.
about whether or not are they going to protest your license, or are they going to? So these are when I said these are the conversations that you can have with the community. So once the license is placarded, then there are sometimes you don't necessarily have to go through a protest period, that you can get a license to operate once the process. So that's what I'm saying in the sense of just have the community engagement at this juncture, so the community knows that this is going on and that your expectation, and then maybe there are things that you can work out. So this will be a smooth process for you. Okay.
Thank you. No, absolutely. Appreciate the guidance. We're excited. I think for us, we want to make sure that we get the placards for what we have applied, and hopefully we do. And at that point, we can start engaging and talking to the community.
But you can engage with the community now. Do not wait for the placarded period.
Okay.
You can engage with the community now. So when the big red signs show up, everyone in the community, they're not scratching their head to say, what's going on in the Uptown? They already know that this is coming. And so they'll say, okay, fine. Let's make this work, and let's make this work as quickly as possible.
Actually, yeah, my husband is informing me. He's like, I'm already talking to the community while you're babysitting. So
and that's perfect. Okay, so thank you. So we'll make a decision and advise make a decision what type of license that you can apply for, and then the agency will contact you with the process moving forward. Okay.
Sounds great.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Congratulations on a newborn.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
The first one,
day.
so.
Good for you. Congratulations. All right. You have a great day. Thank you very much.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Okay, so we're at the end of our morning agenda, our morning calendar. So since we're at the end of our morning calendar, we have some agenda items that I will, some agenda items today. All right. So the first. So the first agenda, we're going to do our legal agenda, medical cannabis. The first matter on our legal agenda, medical cannabis, is review of a request for hearing on summary closure filed October 15th, 2024. This is Dreams Smoke Shop, case number 24 ULC 00033. I make a motion that we approve the request to have a hearing. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 2, review of a motion to reconsider or rehear appeal decision on summary closure dated October 7th, 2024. This is for All American Papers All American Cookies All That American Buzz. This is on case number, unlicensed cannabis retailer, case number 24 ULC 00027. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 4, review of government's response to motion to reconsider or rehear appeal decision on summary closure dated October 11th, 2024 in All American Papers All American Cookies American Can AMERICAN Buzz BUDZ. It's unlicensed cannabis retailer, case number 24 ULC 00027. This is now moot. Our next agenda item, we have a medical, a legal medical cannabis addendum. And the first item on this addendum calendar, it's a review of a request for hearing on cease and desist filed October 15, 2024. This is on Gifted Curators, unlicensed cannabis retailer, case number 24 ULC 00036. I make a motion that we grant this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Now let's move to our licensing agenda. The first matter on our licensing agenda, it's the review application for safekeeping of license. This is for Mason's Famous Lobster Rolls, license number 120128. I make a motion that we grant this request through March 31st, 2025. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 2, review application for safekeeping of license. This is for 7 reasons. License number 110834. Make a motion that we approve this request through March 31st, 2025. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 3, review application to extend safekeeping of license. This is for cork and bottled wine and spirits, license number 125746. I make a motion that we approve this request through March 31st, 2025. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 4, review application to extend safekeeping of license. This is for Tom's Watch Bar, license number 119403. I make a motion that we approve this request through March 31st, 2025. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 5, review application for change of hours. This is for Northwest Liquors, license number 060270. I make a motion that we placard this matter. Is there a second?
Mr. Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 6, review request for off-premise storage permit endorsement to store unopened alcoholic beverage inventory off-site at Made-to-Order Cocktails LLC storage facility at 2406 T Street Northeast. The request has been made by Dog Days, license number 123636. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 8. Review request to update the license approval to include a summer garden rather than a sidewalk cafe, as the outdoor space request was found to be on private space rather than public space. This is for Rosedale, license number 126808. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 9, review request to remove the carry-out and delivery endorsement from the license. This is for 1914 by Colben, license number 116067. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 10, review request to remove the carry-out and delivery and the sports wagering endorsement from the license. This is for Tomoka Station Tavern, license number 079370. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Let's now move to our supplemental licensing agenda. The first matter on our supplemental license agenda, review request to withdraw the application for a class change from Class B retailer to Class A retail liquor store. This is for Friendship Heights Convenience Store, license number 122502. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. We now move to the board's temporary one-day and substantial change docket. On the board's licensing and substantial change docket, there are 21 applicants. I will review the application, the type of license they are requesting, the name, the date of the event, the license number, and the participants. I'll make a recommendation for approval, and at the end of the list, I'll ask the ABC board members to approve the recommendations made by the chair. So number 1, it's a request from Teresa Converse for one-day license Class F. This is for the Friendly Pumpkin Decoration. This is on October 26th. The license number is 130294, 200 attendees, 3 security guards, recommendations for approval. Number 2, a request from Holly Oliver for one-day license Class F. This is the ballet performance and fundraiser. This is on October 18th and October 19th. The license number is 130232, 70 attendees, 2 security guards, recommendation approval. Number 3, a request from Torrance Swain, a one-day license Class G live music performance. This is October 25th. The license number is 130287, 850 attendees, 25 security guards. Number 4, another request from Torrance approval. Number 4, another request from Torrance Swain. It's the one-day license Class G live music on November the 2nd. license number 130288, 850 attendees, 25 security guards. Approval. Number 5, another request from Torrance Swain, one-day license class G. Live music. This is November 8th. The license number is 130289, 850 attendees, 25 security guards. Approval. Number 6, a request from Dae Sok So. It's spelled D-A-E. The second name is SEOK, and the third name is SO for one-day liquor license class G fashion show, October 25th. The license number is 12039, 620 attendees, 2 security guards. Recommendation approval. Number 7, a request from Jennifer Curry, one-day license class G for the Dia des los Muertos. This is on November 2nd. The license number is 1303275. 520 attendees, 20 security guards. Approval. Number 8, a request from Alexander Beerman, a one-day license class G cocktail, October 24th. The license number is 130340. 200 attendees, 4 security guards. Approval. Number 9, Geronda, Jeronda Hinton, one-day license class G birthday celebration, October 25th. The license number is 130347. 50 attendees, 1 security guard. Approval. Number 10, a request from Kathleen Bryan Willis, one-day license class G reception. This is October 16th. The license number is 130302. 100 attendees, 2 security guards. Number 11, a request from Jessica Hernandez, one-day license class G gala, October 17th. The license number is 130305. 300 attendees, 3 security guards. Approval. Number 12, another request from Jessica Hernandez, one-day license class G for gala, October 17th. The license number is 130306. 1,500 attendees, 3 security guards. Number 13, a request from Jeremy Silver, one-day license class G wedding, October 19th. License number 130348. 190 attenders, 4 security guards. Approval. Number 12, a request from Robert Jordan, one-day license class G private event, October 19th. The license number is 130349. 60 attendees, 2 security guards. Number 15, a request from Greta Banks, one-day license class G birthday celebration, November 2nd. The license number is 130363. 50 attendees, 1 security guards. Number 16, a request from Melanie Nwosu, NWOSU, one-day a festival license class 1 Christmas celebration. This is November 22nd through December 6th. The license number is 000435. 1,500 attendees, 20 security guards. Approval. Number 17, another request from Melanie Nwosu, one festival license class 1 Christmas festival. This is December 7th to December 23rd. The license number is 000435. 1,500 attendees, 20 security guards. Approval. Number 18, a request from Lax Wine and Spirits, one-day substantial change. This is for Community Block Party, October 31st. The license number is 082054. Substantial change license 24SC 01063. Approval. Number 19, Heurish House Museum, Heurich House Museum, a one-day substantial change. This is for a festival. Nature substantial change to use license off premises at the Real By Festival on Quincy Lane off Eckington Place. This is for October 26th. The license number is 100673. Substantial change license is 24SC 01064. Approval. Number 20, Regmo Promo Inc. This is for pub crawl for the Regmo Promo Holding Company. This is March 15th The license March 15th, 2025. The license number is 104072. Substantial change license is 24 PCE 00029. Approval for 1,000. And number 22, it's a retroactive, asking for retroactive approval, which is a request from Michelle Gleaton for one-day license class F. A reception. For a reception, this is October 15th. The license number is 13029 attendees, 4 security guards. I therefore make a motion that the ABC board approve the one-day substantial change license and the recommendations as made by the chair. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Now let's move to our licensing administrative docket. On the licensing administrative docket for today, there are 12 licensees on this docket. And so without objection, I make a motion that the ABC board approve the licensing administrative docket as published for October 16th, 2024. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. We now move to the medical cannabis licensing administrative docket. And on this docket, there's just one application. It's Monco, MONKO. The license number is 128037. It's a medical cannabis retailer with delivery and educational taste endorsement. New application, social equity applicant. I make a motion that the board approve this application. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. The board has now reviewed all our agenda items for today, and so the board will go in recess from our morning agenda, and so the board will be on the record at 1:30 this afternoon. I now ask all board members to return to executive session for further action. Have a good morning. Thank you. We're on the record. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the afternoon session of the ABC board. My name is Donovan Anderson. I'm chairman of the board. Joining me this afternoon are two other board members, Mr. James Short and Mr. Silas Grant. The board has 3 board members for the attendance for the conduct of business this afternoon, and that constitutes a quorum. Before we get underway with this afternoon's hearing calendar, I need to make a few instructions very clear so that the conduct of these hearings is understood by everyone. There are 2 hearings scheduled for this afternoon. Once your case is called, I will take a moment for IT specialists to elevate the rights for each party to enable their camera and microphone. Then and only then will you have the ability to enable your equipment. If your case has not been heard, you will remain mute and your camera will be disabled. At the conclusion of each case, the parties will have the option to leave. If the party chooses to stay, all cameras and microphones for the concluded case will be disabled. Should you have any questions or require technical assistance in the hearing, please submit them using our question and answer feature. Our first matter this afternoon is a fact-finding hearing, and it's regarding Don Fuego, license number 126790, and this is a request for an extension of 480 days for an unlicensed operator. Mr. Oriana, can you please elevate the rights of the parties in this particular case, please?
Sure. Meredith Kinner, your access has been elevated. Kinner, apologies. That is all true.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Your client is not here, ma'am.
Actually, one of the owners, David Amsalem, should be here. Yes.
Okay, fine. All right. Can you turn your microphone, your camera on, please?
What do I put here? It says audio only. I have to find the camera.
If you have a problem, that's fine. It's not a you have an attorney here. I assume that the person who I'm speaking to is the person that Ms. Kinner is representing. So therefore, I will. One of the beauties when I deal with attorneys, attorneys make representation, and if an attorney provide me the incorrect representation, I do have some leeway. I can do certain things. So I don't have those same liberties when I'm dealing with someone who's not represented by a client, by an attorney. I think, did he log off and he has to come back on? Is that what happened?
I'm not certain. I can text him. I asked him to be here just in case there was a question that had to do with, kind of the nitty gritty of the timeline that he would be able to answer being on the job site.
Right, and that is important for us. So I see that he's back.
Okay, great.
Are you there, sir? I can't see you, but are you there?
All right, here I am.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone.
Hi.
I can't see you, but if you're there, if you don't have the ability to be on camera, that's fine. Good afternoon, Ms. Skinner. Can you please spell and state your name for the record? Yes, I can see you, sir. Can you for the record?
Certainly. MEREDITHKINNER.
And who do you represent, ma'am?
I am representing A-Ray LLC, trading as Don Fuego.
All right. Good afternoon. Mr. Amsalem, can you please spell and state your name for the record, sir?
Yes, my name is David Amsalem. A as in Apple, M as in Mary, S as in Sam, E as in Edward, LL, E as in Edward, M as in Mary. Amsalem. I'm with Don Fuego, owner.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
All right. We're having a fact finding here because it is my understanding that you are requesting an extension. So as you are aware, as an unlicensed operator who's granted a license, you have 180 days from the granting of the license to to operate. It is my understanding that the 180 days expired, I believe, on September 30th. We're now October 16th, and it is not apparent that you are able to open. You're asking for some additional time. So what we need today is how much time you're requesting, and why is it that you're requesting this extension?
So if I may answer the first question, we'd be requesting to err on the side of caution the full 180 days, although we believe it's highly unlikely that it would take 180 days to have the license issued, but being that there have been unanticipated delays with construction, just to err on the side of caution. And we are primarily requesting the extension because of permitting delays, which led to subsequent construction delays. I did put together a slide deck that shows the progress that Don Fuego has made since it was able to begin actual construction on the property, to show, the amount of progress that has been made since September 10th, which was when they were in fact able to begin construction.
Well, what I would like, so we can put this on the record,
Sure.
so I need you then to go through the timeline for you to support the request that's been made that you need an extension. Why is it that you are unable to comply with the initial timeline, and why is it that pursuant to section 7.1671.06b, why subparagraph A, why you're requesting a full 180 days? So if you need to, if you have slides and you need to share them, I'll give you that opportunity to do that, ability to do that.
Sure, I can go ahead and start with the timeline. So Don Fuego was approved on the board's licensing docket on or about March 30th. So that began that 180-day process. They engaged a general contractor at the end of May and an architect in June, and began preparing the drawings and building plans, and in June and July submitted those drawings and building plans to the DOB. There was a stop work order issued or posted on the property on, I believe it was July 24th, related to incorrect permitting on the premises. And David and Sarah Amsalem, who's the other owner, paid all the related fines associated with the stop work order, and submitted a compliance review request on August 1st. So less than a week after the stop work order was posted. And as you may know, when a stop work order is posted, the DOB inspector has to actually go out to the property, inspect it to make sure they're in compliance with the stop work order, and then physically remove the stop work order before they can begin construction again. So the stop work order was not physically removed from the property until September the 10th. And so it was not until September the 10th, over a month after they obtained the necessary permitting, that they could actually begin construction on the property.
Hold on. So you're saying that, all right, what was done on August 1st again, please?
So on August 1st, so there was a stop work order posted on the property on July 24th. On August 1st, Sarah and David addressed the issues in the stop order, paid the associated fine, and requested that the DOB come back out to the property to inspect, to ensure that they were in compliance with the stop work order.
So
and that occurred on August the 1st.
So the fines were paid on August the 1st.
That's correct. And the correct building permit was issued by the DOB on August the 8th. However, the stop work order was not physically removed from the property, which allows construction to begin until September the 10th. So there was a over month-long period where they could not perform any construction during August and part of September.
So what efforts were taken by the applicant to get the government to remove the work order for a month.
There were several emails back and forth with their contractor between Sarah Anselm and the DOB trying to get that stop work order removed. And for whatever reason, it was not removed. The DOB did not come to the property until September the 10th. Several emails. I don't want to bore the board with the voluminous DOB communication.
Well, I would, if you have not provided this to the agency, I would appreciate if you at least provide some of the emails to the agency, because
Sure.
I know that people generally say that the government is inefficient, but it concerns me that the government did not respond within over a month. The government did not respond, and that concerns me if that is indeed true.
Well, there was a lot of
Hold on.
hiccups.
No, hold on,
Okay.
hold on, sir.
Okay, sure.
For your own protection,
Yes.
let your attorney speak for
Okay,
you,
sure.
sir.
No problem. Sorry.
If she tells you to speak,
All right.
then you can speak.
No
Okay,
problem.
but
Okay.
all right.
So there were several communications with DOB about the removal of the stop work order. There is some feeling shared by the analyst or specialist that they were in correspondence with at the DOB, that somebody was actually calling the DOB and continuing to make complaints to the DOB about construction at the property, and that could have prolonged that the inspector removing the sign, or excuse me, the stop work order. But I'd be happy to provide the emails back and forth. But I can assure you it took over a month to have the inspector come out and remove that stop work order.
Okay. All right. So the work order. It was removed. When was it removed again? You said September 10th.
September the 10th. Yes, sir.
So, and so what has been done since September 10th, and what needs to be done?
Well, so if I could, I do have a brief slide presentation just to actually, so you can visually see what has been accomplished since September the 10th. If I can figure out how to share my screen.
Well, first and foremost, you have to be given access. So can you please, Ms. Orlina, can you please give her access to share her screen, and then maybe our IT person can provide you some guidance how to share your screen if you have some problems.
Okay,
Access
great.
has been granted.
So you have access. So if you need further directions, yeah. Thank you.
Right.
Yes.
Everybody see my screen? Excellent.
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
Okay. Give me just one moment so I can. Oh, shoot! What did I just do? Okay, hold on.
I think that's a link for this meeting.
Yes, I think I just got. Hold on one moment while I attempt to. Apologies, I'm not technically savvy. Clearly.
I would stop sharing or.
Okay,
Yeah.
stop share. Okay, thank you. Give me just one moment. Apologies again.
When you click share, there's a left-hand side that shows screen 1 or potentially screen 2. That shares everything on the screen.
Okay.
On the right-hand side, that's specific sharing of content.
Okay, great. Okay, can everybody see now?
Yes, ma'am.
Wonderful. Okay, so as you can see, this is what the property looked like, on or about September the 10th. We have the permitting, the correct permitting, all posted outside. This is what it currently looks like. Oops, excuse me. This is one of the renderings that were prepared by their interior design team. And this is another rendering. They've actually already purchased this equipment and that countertop there, and already have that the Don Fuego neon signage installed. Another rendering. And then this is what the property looked like on or about that first picture is on or about, prior to September the 10th. You can see there's some drywall going in there, and then we're starting to build the arches here. So all of this drywall and arches has all been done since September the 10th, as well as more framing. And then here is where we are at today. We're already actually, David was kind enough to take these pictures yesterday. So you can see that mural is going in, the Don Fuego signage is going in there, and the display tables are in. So things are certainly moving along. David represented to me that he expects that they could call for a final security inspection in December. Again, we would ask for the full 6 months so that we don't have to come back if there is any other sort of permitting delay or problems with obtaining the certificate of occupancy. So again, that's not to be dilatory. It's just to ensure that we don't have to come back before the board if there is any further delay, which we don't anticipate there will be. But
now, you're aware that if the board was to grant the 180 days, it would be from September.
yes,
So it would not be from today. So
Right.
therefore, you're already to October. You're already over 30, almost 30 days into the 180 days. The possible 180 days. So we're still talking. So you're talking about roughly maybe 150 days that you're asking, because the deadline runs. It goes back to September 30th.
yes, and that's another reason why we would ask for the full 6 months, because we already are 30 days into that 180-day period.
So what is it that needs to be done, please?
I think, David, would you like to make
Sure.
those representations?
Sure.
Okay.
Pretty much just countertops, flooring, and then the security system that we've already scheduled. They're going to come out next week and start installing that. And that's pretty much. Then I have to get all the material, get the products. I don't know how long it takes to get all the products from the current growers and manufacturers, but we'd have to get that, and then we could open.
You
So
couldn't do that until you were licensed. But
Right, I got to get licensed
Right.
first, but then
once the license is issued, then you have to access the metric system.
Yep.
Get your order through the metric system.
Yep, we've already done the training.
Okay. Oh, that's you've
Yes.
done training.
I would add that both Sarah and David have already done the basic metric training and had their ABCA registration badges issued.
Now I need to ask a question, because one of the the regulations also states that it states in particular that an unlicensed establishment that temporarily discontinues operations after board approval that is not involved in unlicensed activity may request that the board extend the deadline set forth in the sub-paragraph. Although no one is under oath here today, but I need to ask a question, because when we have fact finding here and no one is sworn in, because it's more informal.
Yep.
But I just want to make sure that at least the representation that's been made here is that that there are no activities going on either in person or online, because if that's so, then we can't grant the extension.
I can make that representation confidently that there were no online sales. There was no sort of activity going on at all. They were actually, we're operating before pursuant to a home occupancy permit. So there's no operations of any sort occurring right now, nor have there been for the past month.
Any questions by any board members? Go ahead, Mr. Short.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon, Attorney Kenner and Mr. Aslam. Just for my comfort as a board member, why weren't the building permits acquired before you started construction? Did you know that the district government requires everyone who has a business to get the proper permits from from the building department, and that those things have to be followed for public safety issues and for your own business safety issues? Why weren't they done prior to the stop work order being placed in?
We go ahead.
Yeah, you,
We
Are you
applied for the permits, and we're in dispute with the stop work order permit was we're in disputes with that. We didn't do any work. That what was in there was done already. So that's a different thing. But we applied for the permits probably within a month after we received the approval, the conditional license, and it took probably a few months to even get any feedback from the DOB.
right, as Mr. Short, I'm sure you know, when you submit drawings and plans to DOB, there is time that they provide comments, and there's generally a back and forth before those initial permits can be issued.
I understand that. The question I'm asking, and the reason why I asked the question is, again, suppose the stop work orders never went in, and something happens later on along the line where you have a customer, or you're doing business, and someone gets injured or hurt because of shoddy construction, then people are going to ask the city, how did you allow this to happen? So that's why the stop work orders go in. I hope you understand that. Correct? All
Yeah.
right. So was that anyone's fault other than your own, Mr. Aslam?
Yeah, there was nothing was done. There was a mop sink sitting there. So they assumed that we had put plumbing, but there was no plumbing done. So they put a stop work order for that. So, like I said, we are in the process of disputing that. We didn't do any work until we got it was still an empty shell when we got the final approval to start work. So,
Okay, let's say I believe you 100%.
okay.
But again, our job here as the board is to make sure that people who start operating businesses with licenses to legally sell cannabis in this town
Mhm.
are law-abiding persons who follow the rules and the laws. And they realize that there's no shortcuts. Shortcuts can cause you the delays.
Yep.
All right, so hopefully you learned your lesson, and that's not going to happen anymore, correct?
Correct.
And so when do you expect that you'll be finished with everything to be in compliance with our codes here at ABCA?
I would say safely by the end of the year, but probably before then.
How many days is that from the timeline that the chairman gave you, starting in September?
September 30th, so you got
Approximately.
October, November, December. That's 90 days.
So are you stating for the record, because you're not under any obligation because the chairman explained you're not
Yeah.
sworn in anything. So
If
you're
there's
saying,
no foreseeing problems within 90 days, we should be ready for the final inspection.
okay, now how
90 days
familiar
of September 30th.
how familiar are you with the regulations and rules that govern medical cannabis sales in this country? Have you read upon everything? Are you ready to go? I mean, do you know all of the rules and regulations so we don't have to run into someone told you something or you didn't do something? But you as the owner know
Yep.
what your obligations are and will be from now on.
I know some of them, but before I do anything, I ask my lawyer to find out for sure what the regulations are. So,
Okay, do you have any responsibility yourself as the owner who will be operating this business to know all of the rules and regulations?
yeah,
You do know them?
I don't know all of. I can't say I know them all, but I know the ones that
Okay, well,
that I've read.
prayerfully you'll get to know or do know now that our licensing division will help you. If you call and get in contact with them, they'll tell you all the do's and don'ts. They'll tell you any books or rules that you need to read so that
Okay.
you won't run into this problem again.
Yep, I'm happy to do it.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Short. Any other questions by any of the board members? Go ahead, Mr. Grant.
Good afternoon to everyone. Earlier today, we had a separate hearing, and I've noticed a pattern personally where folks who are in the process of becoming legitimate with the cannabis entities, there's a period that Mr. Chair referenced where you're supposed to cease all activity until you're fully approved. And a part of that process is shutting down any sort of activity online. And I know you referenced earlier that it's been shut down, but I just want to have you all state in this hearing what that process looked like. Was there a disabling of the cart? Just walk through specifically digitally what you all have done to shut down the web presence.
So if I could answer that, Commissioner Grant, they did not have a web presence. They actually were operating as a unlicensed manufacturer. And so there was no web presence to begin with. And so therefore, there was no way for somebody to purchase a product through the website. They would have had to have gone to one of the unlicensed establishments and purchased it there. So I can assure you that there were no further products going to unlicensed establishments, and that there was never web presence to shut down. So there's no cart, there's no anything like that.
Thank you so much.
You're very welcome.
All right, that's it, Mr. Ray. All right. Let me see. Any other representation that you wish to make, ma'am?
Yes, I would just like to address Mr. Short's points. David and Sarah will be working with us, until they're licensed and after they're licensed, to ensure that Don Fuego remains in compliance with ABCA's regulations. We've been working with them now for well over a year, and I can confidently represent that both of them are excited to get into the regulated market and have every intention of fully complying with all of ABCA's regulations.
Thank you for that representation, Ms. Skinner, and Mr. Anselm. I want to commend you that you and your partner have done the metric training. This is one of the few times I've had a hearing, and someone has told us that they have done any type of training as a new business. So I want to publicly commend you for doing that, because I do not hear that frequently, especially when it comes to new licensees, that they have done any training. It's always, I don't know. And as Mr. Short stated, our agency is not a got you agency. I mean, welcome to the family. We're not got you. Our job is to educate you. And so if you don't know, I mean, of course you have your learned attorney to provide you information. But for you and your attorney, if you don't know, and if you think you're doing something that you're not sure about, you can ask us. You can ask us. We're not going to say, "Oh my God," and fine you for that. If you say, "I'm doing this, is this right? Can you?" And we will tell you, "No, you can't do that. This is what you need to do." So I just want to let you know that we're not the agency who, if you self-report, if you come to us and ask us questions, we're not going to use that negatively against you. We are taking that positively, that we can educate you in what needs to be done. Just want to put that out there for both you and your attorney to be aware that our agency is here to provide whatever assistance that can be provided to enable you to operate a legal business within the District of Columbia. Okay, Ms. Skinner, I would ask that you provide the agency, send legal a copy of the slide that you provided,
Okay.
that you share with us. Just send that to our legal office that you've been in contact with.
Should I send those emails as well?
Yes.
The emails between
Please send.
the DOB?
Yep. I'm not asking you to send all of them. Just give us just
Smattering? Okay.
a slithering of emails to
Okay.
state that you were unable to, that your client was not at fault. That's what I want
Yes.
to see. You've told me that the government did not respond over 30 days, and I find that hard to believe. I'm not saying it's not true, but as I'm a government official, and I know that the government is accused of being inefficient, and I believe that we are an efficient government. So if you have documentation to say that your client was not at fault for the 30-day delay, I mean, that will help your case in guiding the board, the decision that the board will make. So just provide, I'm sorry, ma'am.
Go ahead.
So I'm just saying, provide the information to us, and the board will take this matter under advisement. Just keep in mind that whatever extension that we grant, it would go back to September 30th.
Yes.
So that's when the extension would take place. So we'll take this matter under advisement and advise you shortly what our decision is going to be. Okay.
Wonderful. Thank you
All
so
right.
much to the board members.
All right. Thank you. Have a great day. So I guess
Thank you
you can
as well.
stay on, and Mr. Anselm.
Yep.
You have a great day.
Thanks, you too.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
So I would say my law partner, John McGowan, is actually going to be doing the next hearing.
So you're leaving me?
I'm leaving you. I was going to say you set as a high bar, Chairman, for the other district agencies. You're really putting the DOB
Well,
to
thank
shame here. So
All right, then you have a great day, ma'am. And
thank you so much.
all right.
Have a good day.
Thank you. All right. Bye-bye. All right. So the next case in our calendar, it's another fact-finding hearing. It's Platinum Solutions LLC, trade name Wishing Well, license number 126747, and it's a request for an extension of 180 days for unlicensed operator. Mr. Oriana, can you please elevate the rights of the parties in this case?
Sure thing. John McGowan, your access has been elevated. And there's a John H here. Not sure if this is related.
I'll find out.
Yeah, sure.
That's your client, sir?
Hi, good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Yes, John Harkins is one of the owners of my client.
John Harkin, your access has been elevated. That is all, Chairman.
Thank you. All right. Okay. Mr. McGowan, good afternoon, sir. And I guess I should know how to pronounce your name because it appears you're going to be someone that I will be seeing a lot. So I need to make sure that I get it right. So can you please spell and state your name for the record, sir?
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the board. John McGowan, John McGowan, counsel on behalf of Platinum Solutions LLC, trading as Wishing Wellness DC. I'm here with one of the owners, John Harkins.
Good afternoon, Mr. Harkins. Can you please spell and state your name for the record?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. My name is John Harkins. That's JOHN HARKINS.
Oh, thank you, sir. All right, sir. So you are requesting a 180-day extension because you're not ready to operate. So why don't you tell us when was your license? When was the license granted? Why is it that you are unable to operate? And if you're asking for an extension, how much time are you requesting?
Mr. Chair, I can answer for my client. When we filed this extension request, I just wanted to update you because it might make things easier. We filed this extension request on September 25th, about a week before the deadline. In an abundance of caution, Wishing Wellness is very close. The main reason for the delay was getting a change of use through the DOB and having to submit a full set of plans and having revisions of plans and multiple inspections. But after we filed this request for a 180-day extension, they did on October 4th receive their final building permit, and on October 10th passed their final inspection. So according to the DOB's Certify system, they have until today to be issued their final C of O license, their final C of O rather, and we anticipate receiving that C of O today. In light of that, we've already contacted ABCA's supervisory investigator Jason Peru for a final inspection, and we are trying to schedule the final inspection for as soon as possible this month. So we do not need a 180-day extension request, and the hope is to pass inspection and be issued a license, within 30 days. I don't want to presume when ABCA will issue a license, but I would say within 30 days max, but out of an abundance of caution would ask for 60 days, just in case ABCA's busy and we understand there's a lot going on. So I don't want to presume it can be done quickly, but I can go through the facts of the delay if you'd like. But again, since we filed this extension, they have passed their final building inspection and are getting the certificate of occupancy hopefully today. That is what the system says.
No, but so you're asking, because we're going back to September 30th.
Yes, sir.
So you're asking for then 60 days from September 30th. Is that what you'd be asking for? Because it's not from today.
Right.
So the extension is from September 30th. So would you be asking for 60 days? You're saying that you believe that you should be able to, well, I guess what I'm finding that you'll get your final inspection from us, and you should be able to access the metric system and be operational within, say, 60 days from September 30th.
Yes, sir. That's what I'm saying. And I don't want to make promises I can't keep, but it should be well before then. I know it's infrequent, like you said earlier, but these gentlemen are also registered with Metric, done their basic training. So you're 2 for 2.
You are listening to my previous. How dare you?
I know, I'm trying to compete. Sorry, I was snooping. So they're also prepared. I mean, in the meantime, during these DOB delays, they've been building out the facility, getting the security installed, taking the metric training, registering employees. So it's not like they passed this and they have a lot more steps. They're ready as soon as we can get the proper, C of O, and get the inspection, of course, approved by ABCA. So.
Mr. Hart, I want to commend you that, again, this is one of the, I do not have licensees who appear in front of me who are going through the process who have done any training. So I just want to commend you on that, to say that it's commendable that you have done some training within to understand how the system works. So I want to commend you on that. I guess, Mr. McGowan, the question I want to ask you, it's, as you are aware, as an unlicensed operator, someone without a license, that you are prevented from selling cannabis. So is it your representation that your client has not been selling cannabis either in on premises or online during this process, sir?
Yes, I can make representations that they are not operating at the premises or online in any capacity. I can't represent the specific date of when that ceased, but it has been some time and it is not happening as of right now and will not be operational until they're licensed by ABCA. In our experience, you can't, and we've explained this to our client, you can't get to the next step and pass a final security inspection until that is the case. And we've made it very clear, obviously that is something that will not be allowed. And I can represent that is not going on 100%. I will say they moved to this location after they, in order to apply for the license. So they were never operating out of this location, even as an unlicensed operator. So yes, I can make those representations to the board.
But I just want to make sure that, yes, I know that, as you stated, you represent that they're moved to this location, but I also want to make sure that they're no longer operating at the old location, either in person or online, because I think part of the misunderstanding that I think some operators have is that, if you're operating and then you apply for a license and then you have to shut down, we all know that's a hardship, that if you're operating and then you have to shut down, but that's what the law requires. The law requires that you have to shut down. And there are some people who have continued to operate. And I think a lot of people need to, and I'll say this to you, Mr. Hart, our agency, we use social media.
Yeah.
you know, the
Yeah,
thing that
I'd assume so.
the thing that troubles me is that licensees, they don't believe that we use social media.
Yeah, and even
So
more than that,
right,
we've had some
but
conversations with Jason, and we know that he is deploying all tactics.
and I just want to let and it boggles my mind that licensees will make representations and we will go on social media and it's contrary to the representation. But I just want to let you know that generally our agency we're we're very soft in using the social media. So if it's under no if you're using social media, we will find you. Just want to
I'll tell my friends.
just I'm just letting you know our agency will find you. But as I stated before, our agency is not a got you agency. We're here to help you. If you have between yourself and your attorney, if you believe you're unsure, ask us. We will never come down against you negatively if you come to us to say that, you know what, I'm doing this. I don't know if it's legal. Please let me know.
We've
We will
definitely
never come.
felt that so far in the process, and like honestly, all of the tools that you guys have provided, the overall organization and the responses to all of our questions have been really helpful. I feel like just the transparency has put us at ease overall, and I agree. You know, our intentions are to operate to the best of like our knowledge and follow the rules of the law as much as possible. And where there isn't clarity, you know, hopefully we can work together to build that.
All right, thank you, Mr. You know, I just violated my own rule. I never allow folks to speak when their attorney's there unless their attorney tell them to speak because that's why you hire him. So
I'm
let
so
me
sorry,
apologize.
John.
So let me apologize. And anytime there's an attorney, I always stop the person from speaking to say, please consult your attorney. And if your attorney tells you to speak, then you can speak. So I apologize that I have not done this, but I've been consistent in all my hearings that I allow. It's to protect you from yourself, sir. That is the only reason.
I just wanted to share some kudos back to you because I appreciate you commending us in our diligence in the process.
All right,
It's
thank you,
mutual.
sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. It appears that you might have a question, Mr. Short. No, you
No
don't. Okay.
questions.
No, I thought you had a. I thought you looked like you had a question. So and I'll say this to you, Mr. Hart. Mr. Short doesn't have a question of you. That's positive. Okay, I just want to say that. That is positive that Mr. Short doesn't have any questions of you. All right, Mr. Magon, any other representation you wish to make, sir?
No, sir, just that we would just appreciate that brief extension and we hope to be the next licensee. I don't, you know, it's they're very close and yeah, we appreciate the board's time today. I can provide whatever is necessary if the board needs for deliberation, but again, it's pretty straightforward and we hope to have that certificate of occupancy today.
Well, I mean, the representation that you've stated that you've spoken to supervisor investigator Peru and that you're in the process of scheduling a final inspection with him. So that tells us that he's not going to do the final inspection until he has received certain documentation
Right.
from the agency has received that. And so I think that the representation that you provide regarding and of course, since you're speaking about Supervisor Investigator Peru, the board has access to him to confirm or deny the information you just provided. So if there are no other representation, the board will take this matter under advisement. As I stated before, whatever decision that we make regarding the timing of the extension, it would be going back to September 30th. So whatever time period that we provide, it would be effective September. It's from September 30th moving forward. So let me make sure that I've covered all the bases.
Yes, sir. I understand.
Hold on 1 minute. Hold on a minute. I'll make sure that okay. I already received that. All right. So thank you very much, sir, for your presentation today. We'll take this matter under advisement and we'll issue a decision shortly. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Have a great afternoon. Thanks.
All right. Thanks.
Thank
Bye-bye.
you, everyone. Have a good one.
All right. Bye-bye. The board is now at its end of its afternoon calendar. Yeah. So I will bring our hearings for the afternoon to closure. Okay, as chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board for the District of Columbia, in accordance with Title III, Chapter 405, Office of Open Government, I move that the ABC Board hold a meeting on October 22nd for the purpose of discussing and hearing reports concerning ongoing or planned investigations of alleged criminal or civil misconduct or violations of law or regulations, and seeking legal advice from our legal counsel on the board's investigative agenda, legal agenda, and licensing agenda for October 22nd, as published in DC Register on October 18th. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. As it appears that the motion has passed, I hereby give notice that the ABC Board will hold this closed meeting. Pursuant to the Open Meetings Act, notice will also be posted on ABC Board Hearing Room Bulletin Board, placed on electronic calendar on ABCA's website, and published in DC Register in as timely a manner as practical. We're now adjourned for the day. I would like to thank all members of the public who participated in our hearings today, and I'd also like to thank our board members who have also participated actively in our hearing. With now that we have now formally adjourned for the day, I now ask all board members to return to executive session for further action. Good afternoon. Thank you.